Good morning, everyone. Hope everybody had a wonderful day yesterday, and I hope everybody's having a wonderful day today. And yes, I was absolutely cheating because I knew when I was coming online. So there we go. So yesterday was a fun day. We actually had a little bit of um, hardware dilemma. I know, right? Where we were playing this, and unfortunately, the server crashed, and I mean it hard crashed. Well, sorry, Hollows. Don't know what to tell you. Take that up with Twitch. Not my fault. Anyway, though, so halfway through yesterday, we wound up having to switch away from Satisfactory, and we had some fun in Grand Theft Auto Online. So today, what I've done is I've just gone ahead and the server's back up, but I just went ahead and downloaded the save off the server so we can play it locally. And that way, the only hardware problems we're going to face are potentially on my own computer, which, knock on wood, shouldn't happen. So after that, I'll be able to just upload the save back to the server, and everybody should be happy there. That way I don't have to interrupt my stream because we can't get the server up and running. The server admin, basically the guy who runs it, is Kintar. He's not always in front of the server or near it during the day when I'm streaming, so compromises. That being said, the place that we stopped off at, I know, right? At the moment, at least. But that being said, where we left off was actually roughly about here anyway. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Okay. And we were essentially, now that I'm thinking about it, I was trying to remember why I wasn't going with this, and then I realized, oh yeah, that's right. We were going to do an even split on this. So I need to move you forward. Yes, go mouth orgy. Was it? It wasn't just forward, it was also start, not there. Start there. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There we go. And then need to split. And split. Which is why this isn't going to work. Now what I'm doing here is I actually have a floor hole floor hole, so that way I can have one of the elevated belts going up into it so that it's much easier to control its height. So if I really, really, really want to, when I do this and center that, what I'll be able to do here is bring this up that high. Might be a little high up. Nope, that is correct. Awesome. And basically what I'm trying to do is just keep this up off the floor so that I can move around it easier. I'm going to have to come through here anyway. There we go. And I want to get all of these in place. Now, this sort of a system is absolutely going to take up more space than if I were to just overflow the build. But this also is going to make it so that, yeah, I think this works out better. This is going to make sure that everything gets an equal amount across the board. So I'm not going to have any situations with it not getting enough. Every single one is going to wind up getting something. So let's go ahead and upgrade these belts. And there goes all of our 270 belts, which I really don't need all of them to be 270. Just needed some of them, but this will wind up working. Just make sure that everything gets it as quickly as possible. So, next up, let's bleed that out. Upgrade that. That's doing its 270 the way that it's supposed to. Now we'll see that everybody's getting sorted out in equal measures. Or at least they all should be. And make sure all of these get their settings pasted over. Awesome. Everybody should be set up now. And we've already filled the line. Perfect. Next up, I need to set power poles. And I like to just drop them at the corners in between. As it makes sure to put them in easy to find locations that are, well, they're easy to find, but they also look neater that way. Let's bring this down here. I want bring you over here. Get all of the poles connected. There we go. That gets started. Excellent. So now I have 270 iron ore going in. And I should have 270 iron ingots coming out once I get all of them fed together. And in this particular case, I can very easily just overflow these into something else. However, I have 3 more lines of iron ore that I need to bring through. So we're not quite done with this yet. I have to go down there and cut some stuff down. Oh no, the travesty. That's our power. Oh, we're barely using our power. Chainsaw Wizard. And what's that? Awesome. And then run up here and throw. And again, we've got this, the belt's kind of up out of the way, which it will make navigation under here much easier. Let's get rid of leaves and wood. Which, awesome. Lots of solid fuel. Great. Doing what it's supposed to. I love it when you build something and it works exactly the way that you intended it to work. Like, there's lots of ways that you can plan something, but it doesn't always work out the way that you want it to. Okay, why does it feel... You guys are getting everything you need to. I guess it just feels weird because of the fact that the belts aren't all full, but everybody's getting what they need to. That's what's important. Yeah, everybody has an amount. Cool. And then I just need to, at some point, start pulling the stuff back out. I can go one more down. I would be able to go one more down if I had more concrete. Oh, look, it's a place where I'm making concrete. And made it. Cool. Ah. I gotta stop doing Pepsi. Go. And ooh. That works out. Actually, what I might do is leave that open. Because, I mean, it is where a machine is. Architecture, let's do... What's the high barrier look like? What's it look like when I use it like this? Nah, I don't like that. Thank you. Let's do the railing instead. Hey, what's up, Tommy? How you doing, buddy? Yeah, I like that better. And I'll bring you down there. Make sure we can walk down here like so, which we can. And this is where... Oh, awesome. Ooh. I just realized what I can do here. that there. What I need is foundations. I need inverted ramp. That is definitely a tall order, but it's one of those things that absolutely 100% is a worthwhile endeavor and a goal. It's never a bad idea to work for something or towards something that big. And I totally get the desire to do so. Zoop up that way. Fine, don't. You're just not going to work with me, are you? Fine. I don't even care anymore. There we go. And I should be able to... Nope. Damn. I was hoping that was going to work. All right. What if... Yeah, that will, I think, just work better. You know, that is incredibly ambitious. And it's ambitious because a lot of other developers have tried to do that in the past. A really good example of this is a small team that was working on a project called Dream World. And Dream World, for a long while, was kind of, well, it was mocked a whole lot. And a lot of players and a lot of the community thought that it was a scam MMO. Because what it promised and what it was doing were two very different things. And what it promised was something similar to what you're proposing. A lot of people want to make the everything MMO. Very few actually can. Now, I say that only to say that you should absolutely have a rock solid plan in place when you are working on a game like that. Yeah, I know you're not doing it, but that's one of those things. A lot of people have attempted to do it in the past, and it has not ended well. So it's one of those that, hell, Star Citizen is a great example of this. And they have a team of, they had a team, I'm not sure if they still do, of like 1,500 developers. And it's been 12, 13 years, and they still haven't delivered on it yet. So, now granted, in the case of Star Citizen, they're also developing 2 games at the same time, in the same world, in the same engine, which was stupid to begin with. That is a terrible idea. But that's what they're doing. But yeah, I think Minecraft is probably done it the best way overall. Now, I know it's not an MMO, but what it does incredibly well is that it started out very simple and very basic, but it was the sandbox. And then it built off of that sandbox to start including additional features. And I think if you start with a very broad, generalized foundation, it makes it much easier to add in the details afterwards. I would not, well, okay. There are, of course, a couple of different ways that you could do server hosting or game hosting. And this is one of those things that you start getting off into the weeds about. There's centralized server, where you have a main server and everybody just clients into that server. And I know you probably know all this, but this is also for everybody who might be watching after the fact or currently watching who doesn't know how this all works. But you have centralized server, and so everything connects to that server, and the server basically handles all of the major stuff and then tells the clients what's happening. And that's generally the way that most MMOs work. Then there is peer to peer, where you have a pseudo host who basically all of the traffic is kind of running through, but the client also dictates a lot of what's happening. Grand Theft Auto does this, as well as Red Dead Redemption 2, which is also why you have so many people running mods and cheats and stuff like that in those games, because there's very little security, or at least there didn't used to be as much security, making sure that all the client data was correct. That has since changed over the years, over the past year, I should say, as they started using an anti-cheat system, which fucking finally. That aside, though, generally for an MMO, best way to go is a centralized server network. Now, granted, of course, the centralized server, you can then break it down so that you can have private servers, so that somebody, like a dedicated server that somebody can host on their own hardware. But then you run into the problem of, okay, well, is the hosting server powerful enough to handle the amount of players that a person is going to want to have on their server? And so you run into lots of other issues that way. But that's one of those things that you probably would be getting into right away, only because of the fact that it's like, well, first I've got to come up with the damn game. So that is the fun of development work. While I have not done a huge amount of it myself, I have done a bit. And it's always entertaining. No, I'm out of iron plates. One of the tricks that my dad taught me when I was just a wee lad and I was discovering programming was we were sitting down at the kitchen table, and what he had me do was take some flashcards or note cards or just, strips of paper or whatever, and had me write down ideas about the project so that I could better visualize the individual parts and start putting it together out in the open and see how I could fit it together. Kind of like building a puzzle, but without making it puzzle pieces. One of the other things that he suggested, and this is just a good idea in general anyway, is to sort of break apart the constituent parts of the program. Things like variables, objects, game rules, or program architecture, things of that nature, so that you can start breaking it down component by component and really start to build it out in your head so that you understand how it's all supposed to fit together. And after you practice that a little while, it becomes much easier to then put the whole thing together in a way that not only makes sense, but is then easy to reproduce. Might make that back here. But then it gives you a much clearer picture of what the whole thing is going to start looking like. And eventually you get to a point where you don't need any of the note cards anymore. Yeah, oh yeah, I can run that back. That'll be fine. And it's all just in your head all the time. That is nice. There we go. And sometimes I like to do that, even when I'm just playing a game like this, is to kind of build it out in my head real quick and see, okay, is this going to work out the way that I think it's going to work out? Doesn't always. But it's something that I attempt to do. Now, one of the things that I'm looking at is well, I need to start collecting this stuff here. What if welcome back. What if I run another set? Oh, down here. Rid of all that stuff. I've actually been toying around with a couple of actual game ideas myself. Um, one of which I've always wanted to do a driving game, sort of like American Truck Simulator, but instead of semi or tractor trailers, big rigs, have it be actual cars and have a map fairly large, something kind of like the Crew or the Crew 2, but a little bit more chill with slightly better driving physics that didn't focus so much on racing but more on just driving, you know, on just enjoying the open road. Because that's one of those things that I have always wanted. That's part of the reason why I spend so much time playing Grand Theft Auto 5 is because of the fact that I enjoy the driving in that as much as I do. But also because it is more of a zen experience. And I think there is definitely a large market for those sorts of games. Also, that is awesome, Tom. And with the way that and how easy it is to get started into game development, you know, with things like Unreal Engine and Unity and Godot or Godot or however it's fucking pronounced these days. It's basically never been easier to get started in it. What if? What if? No, help yourself. All right, a second here to get this up. Take a look at this. sure all my porn is hidden. Okay, we're good. I know, right? Kind of looks like a weaponized Tampa. Yeah. That's just how you know the tires are attached correctly. If they're wobbling like that, perfect. Although the turret's a little off center now. The only time that I've ever actually used Unity for anything is there's this game, House Party. And in order to mod it, in order to modify it, that looked pretty cool, Tommy. But in order to do mods for House Party, you had to use their Unity modding tool. That was the only time I've ever used Unity. I've never used it for anything actually game related. Let's bring this down. I could definitely see that. I think that'd be early alpha, but yeah, fair enough. Oh no, we can't stack it there. Okay. So I'd have to go up one more. Let's do that. I think I am kind of encroaching on some space that I don't need to. So, okay, what I should do first, before I start on the next line, is let's get this collected heading that way. Yeah. Do it this way. Awesome. Start on our Mark III belts, not that. No. Just do these. There we go. Okay, awesome. So we now should oh, nice. All right, so that's 270 coming out so far. And let's see. Oh, I want to do that. Because what I can do is trying to figure out how I want to do that. I could go ahead and start using the 270 for something. Specifically, I could go ahead and start running them out to... There we go. Start running them out to, let's say, assemblers. Not assemblers. Constructors. And start putting together some stuff. But I don't yet know what my ratios for things are going to be. That's... Okay, let's see. I need that. Iron plate is 30 per minute, so I can do 9 of these. 9 times, that's 180 iron plate that I would be getting per minute, which that is a considerable amount. I would need 30 per minute on the iron plate. So 180, I would be able to do 6 of these, which would produce 30 reinforced iron plates per minute. And I would need... What are they doing upstairs? So I would need screws, 360. All right, Tommy, have a good one, buddy. Thanks for stopping by. So need 360 screws per minute. That requires... I do cast screws instead. It's 12 per... Okay, so that would be 1 per minute, or 15 per minute, to get less than... Screws, 15 per minute. It's 5 iron to get. 1. I think this might be more efficient, but I'm not 100% certain. But I would still need the iron rods. So if I've got 360, 60 divided by 50 is 7.2 of these. 7.2 times 12.5 gives us 90. So I would just need a third of the 270 that's coming off of there. Okay. I think I have that right. I think that maths out. So essentially what I will be looking at doing is I need 50 there. Fucking hell. This is going to start doing my head in. All right, so if I do because I don't, well, I do. I need 90 of this to essentially do 150 no. Shit. I lost my math. No. Okay. 30 times 7. Let's just do it this way. I need 7 of these. Let's move them down here. 4, 6, and 7. All right, so I've got 7 of these. That's our starting point. Each one of these is going to produce 5 reinforced iron plate per minute. Requires 30 iron plate per minute. Oh, wait, no, my math is wrong on that. Because I'm not producing 270 iron plate. I'm producing 9. I'm producing 180 iron plate per minute. That's where my math was wrong. So that would be 6. Is that correct? No. Yeah. 180 divided by 3 is 6. It's 4, 5, and 6. Okay. So that would be what I need to use up all of this line here. Now, do I want to use up the entire line? That's the problem. Or I could go ahead and use up some of it. But I want to churn out as many as possible off of this. And it always leaves room to scale it up as well. That's the other thing. Because eventually I think there's a Mark III miner. Plus there's the Mark IV belts. So in this particular case, what I'm going to want to do is bring this out here, and I'm going to overflow on this one because trying to set this up to be completely balanced would be a huge pain in the ass. Nope, wrong one. That one. Oh, I think she's rearranging her room. That's what I'm hearing upstairs. There we go. There we go. Although I just realized, I think I want this to come up and across. Yes, I do. Oh, no. I just realized I skipped a step. Oh, I'm going through doing all this, and that's not going to work at all. Oh, suspect. Getting ahead of myself, that's the problem. Oh, man. I have no brain today. That's my other problem, is that I'm just... Did not get much sleep last night. Okay. All right, let's circle back here. All right, what I need to do is I need to get all of this. Yeah, probably. Well, usually I do take a nap after the stream. Usually around 2:30 to 3 o'clock is when I'll take a nap. And then I'll nap until about 4 to 4:30 when we get dinner started. Let's see if I were to do this. I would need... do 9 of these. Eight. Should be correct. 2, 4, 6, 8, 9. Awesome. Run it down like this. Got to be sure that I get these all appropriately lined up. Go. Okay. You done. So that way I will have all this turned into sweet iron plates. There we go. And then I just got to run this from down here. power to all of this. There you go. Perfect. That's what I want. Now, there are... And again, at the corners, really does just make it a little bit easier to find where all the power connectors are. Then what I might do is go ahead and do like some catwalks over the splitters here so that it's easier to get around. I don't have to worry about jumping over stuff all the time, like so. Not that I mind too much. It is kind of fun. Oh, well, that sucks. Hopefully that can get fixed. Why are you not? Oh, I know why, because that's not connected. Okay, that's fine. That done, and there we go. That's fair. Hopefully it's something that you can fix relatively easy, though. There we are. They're now producing a ton of iron plates. Now what I need is this way. Go. And there. I do that so many times too. Like I have a lot of random projects that I've kind of started on because I had an idea, but then I just never got far in that idea. Or it's an idea that I've had stewing for a while, and then I just never actually start working on it. So I know how that feels. There we go. Now we should have 180 iron plates being made per minute. Which, yeah. So next up Now I need to split them. There we are. How many items was... That's 120. Okay, so I still need the 270s. Probably a good idea. Now, if I put... I'm not going to like the look of that. Interesting. Okay. So that takes care of all of those. I need to pop those out. And then what I want to do here is pull these back. That way I can these in place. Yeah. That'll be for the screws, I believe. Either that, or I could actually go ahead and run this up here. Let's see. Okay, I still have to put the belts in there. That's fine. You. And there we go. Out of the way. There. You down. This needs to get put in place. And there we go. That should be all of the iron plates that we need. Yay! Next up, I need to start worrying about getting screwed. So, I need to bring another line. No, not at all. Give me a second before I take a look at it, because I'm trying to do some thinking my own self, and I've only got but so many brain cells. Bring up. Where you lined up with? Bring you up here. Yeah, that should be good. Okay. This is another thing that you're working on. Apparently, it is called deadsec.app. Interesting. Interesting. Now, what's the general premise of this particular game? Like, what are you attempting to do in the game? Sure as possible. Blah blah. Okay. Interesting. Couple of things that I would suggest, and this is just because I've worked on a lot of UIs in the past. The text box for the AI assistant, what I would do is make that a standardized font size, kind of like your command prompt window. Because part of the problem is with that constantly shifting font size, it makes it really hard to track what needs to be read, especially as it's writing it out. We have a habit of trying to read it as it's being typed out. So I would go ahead and just make it a unified font size. And especially if you know what your upper character limit is going to be, like how many characters you're going to have in that window, then definitely just make sure that that font size is like 12 point or 18 point or something, whatever you want to set it to, but keep it consistent. because that is kind of painful to read. As far as an actual idea for gameplay, it might not be a bad idea. Like sandboxes are really cool. I love a good sandbox. Part of the problem, though, I know it's an AI, and I know it's generating that information, but that AI assistant window that needs to have a unified text font size. I'm not talking about the text itself. I'm talking about the size of the text. So to just make it a unified like 12-point font or 18-point font or just something like that, because the constantly shrinking and shifting font on the window is kind of hard and kind of painful to read. Let me back up a little bit here. Let's see. Okay, so this window here, as this text is changing, as it's being written, it's constantly, as you said, it's changing to fit the the size of that window as it fills it up. The streaming isn't a problem. Just in, I don't know how I can explain this in a different way. Make it just all the same font size instead of constantly shrinking. So if I put one word in here, it should be the same font size as if I had 180 words in here. It shouldn't matter how many words are in here. The streaming text, again, isn't a big deal. It's just about the presentation of it. Because as it's streaming the text in, what you're trying to do is you're trying to read it. But if you look at any other graphical interface or user interface, and you're looking at the text itself, text is always the same font size. So just try and fix that so that it's a unified font size across the board. So even if it's streaming in, it'll stream in almost like a typewriter at that point. And that should be pretty easy because what you can do is stream it into the container, and then the container should be able to parse it out in the correct format. And then as far as an actual objective, because as I was mentioning, sandbox games are cool and all. I love a good sandbox game, obviously, because I play like Factorio and Space Engineers and Satisfactory and all these others. But when you look at a sandbox game, there is a set of objectives and milestones that are in place. I know it's in Unity. Unity is a flexible gaming engine, so it's possible. I've seen it done. But what I would recommend doing is kind of figuring out a set of milestones that a player can look to achieve. Because if it's just a sandbox, then you wind up running into a situation of, I have too much that I can do. And I have no idea what direction I need to go in. Because again, Minecraft is a really good example of a massive sandbox that still has objectives for the player to try and achieve. Yeah, just have it so that you are building towards something. Stepping stone it from something small until you're building up to something much larger, until you're doing bigger things, more complicated things. Because once you start figuring out that, then the sandbox doesn't feel so empty. All right. That aside, looking cool so far, though. All right. what I need to do is I need to start bringing, or I need to start making the screws. Now for the screws, let's go ahead and actually get all of these set. All right. And I think that's kind of something that, strangely enough, is a bit backwards in the development process. And it's a perfectly natural thing. It is one of those things that we generally do it out of habit or because it just feels like the correct thing to do, which is we try and make it work really well and we try and make it so that it looks good and it functions great. But then we get to a point where we're like, okay, well, now we need to figure out how it's going to end or where we're going to go with it. And it actually gets us into more trouble because of the fact that that could actually be in the way of all the code and whatnot that we already have in place. So usually if you think about the totality of the gameplay leading up to the end, it makes it easier to get the game done and then go back and make it look pretty. Sometimes it's much harder to start off making it pretty and then making the game good. So it's one of those, you kind of like want to balance it out. You want to go back and forth with it if you're going to go that route. Make it a little good, make it a little pretty, make it a little good, make it a little pretty. Like that was one of the things that when my dad was still alive and he was doing programming, oftentimes he would be working on it and he would be working on all the functionality. And so the stuff that he had in place was functional, but it wasn't necessarily user friendly because he thought like a programmer. And I would then come in and I'd look at it and he would show me how it works and how it functions. And then I would ask questions like, is it possible that you could do this? Is it possible that you can do that? Can you do these things with it? And he would think about it. And at first he'd be like, that doesn't make any sense. But then he'd go and do it and program it. He'd be like, you know what? Yeah, you were right. And because of it, the products that he wound up working on were so much better. Yeah, absolutely. So start with a goal and maybe not even have it be the end goal per se, or start with the end goal. Start with what my final objective is going to be. Now, how can I put baby steps in between where I start and where I end? Because a good game has those sorts of things. You don't have to have a lot of them, just a couple of them. And even a sandbox game can benefit from those. All right, so I need to do another set of these. I think what I'll do is 3, 5, 8, 9. Try not to fall off while I'm working on this, at least yet. And do... Oh, son of a biscuit eater. These are all turned the wrong way. Three, 6, 7, 8, And there we go. Now they are turned the correct way. Nope, there we go. We're centered. Yep, okay. Then our last. There we go. And again, you are centered. Not quite, but close. I am absolutely going to have to go grab some more steel at some point, though. That's totally up to you. I mean, oftentimes what a lot of programmers and what a lot of developers will do is that they'll just do mini projects. They're not trying to finish a full product per se. They're just trying to test out certain ideas or play around with techniques or something like that. So if this is a game that you feel like you want to finish, then I would say go for it. If it's just a game that you wanted to test out an idea, I wouldn't necessarily worry about finishing it. It just kind of depends on what its goal was for you. Treat it like a game in and of itself. What was I trying to accomplish with this? What was my end result? Did I want to learn something from it? Did I want to test something from it? Or do I want it to be a product? Now, let's see. Need come down here. That is no, not quite. There we are. Awesome. There goes another 270 line. Wish I could tell if that was the correct height. That would make life so much easier. Let's see. You are too tall. Okay. Well, if it's a project that you have faith in, then follow it up, man. Make it go somewhere. Is that perfect? There. So. Okay, cool. Now, I will say this. Sometimes, and this is like when you're making a challenging game, there is sometimes something that'll happen where the developer of some game, of said game, absolutely understands why the thing is hard or challenging. and knows how to make it work. And so to them, the difficulty is the thing that they program. But to the lay person, somebody who comes in after the fact, they have no idea how to manipulate the game. They have no idea how to make it do the thing that it's supposed to do. And that happens. That is just one of those things. Anytime that we create something, we know how it works, but we don't necessarily translate that to the next person. And that's probably a good way, because it'd almost be like doing a Turing test, both on the human and on the AI, but in a gameplay way. Well, and you could even start to put some additional things like, okay, why does the AI agent need to go to a meeting? What's the meeting about? What does the meeting mean to the AI agent? And start looking at it from sort of that perspective. Why is that meeting so important that the AI has to attend it, or why does it need to reschedule it? Is it the only meeting that the AI has? Those sorts of things. Because that's the other thing, is that you want it to be a sandbox management game. Right. So, but still, like, okay, so why are the meetings important to the NPCs? I wouldn't necessarily think of the AI as specifically the end-all be-all of the gameplay, but as the motivation for the gameplay. It's the intermediary between the player and the NPC. In fact, probably the best way to think about the AI is to consider it like the peripheral for the NPC. So, like the keyboard, think of it like the keyboard and mouse, but for the NPC. And you are telling the AI how to be a keyboard and a mouse. Think of it that way. And that might help you kind of figure out then where you want to go with the game and the gameplay. All right, that's another 270 iron ingots, and that then needs to get converted into constructors. Go with cast screws. That's 5. How many cast screws do I need? I need 60 per minute. So I need 360 screws per minute. That's my upper limit. So I am doing 12.5 gets me 50. Let's see. 50 divided by 50 is 7.2. 7.2 times 12.5 is 90. Not sure how many I need. I do need to go grab some more of the bear. Don't worry, I can read through your typos. I'm fairly good at that. Ooh, I need to go grab some more of those. Actually, I need to grab a whole bunch of other stuff anyway. So I think what I can do here... Let's get rid of you. Thank you. Let's clear out... That's possible. Where do I want to put this? That's the thing. Special awesome sink. I put it there. No. That's not going to work. I mean, it almost works, but not quite. So I would have to put this down a little bit further. Where do I end that? I see. I end it there, and so if I do the awesome sink, could probably kind of sneak it in there. Come on. There we go. And then there we go. So anything extra that I have, well, that's fine. Part of, well, shit, most of programming is learning how to code from other people's code previously. So a lot of it is stuff that we remember seeing through tutorials and other such places. And there's nothing wrong with that. That's the reason why programming works the way that it does, is because we all learn how to do certain things from the ways that it has worked previous. And sometimes we'll come up with a better way. Sometimes we come up with a worse way, but it is still, we all learn from the way that code has been done before. And again, absolutely nothing wrong with that. I think it would be worse if we didn't do it the way that we had seen it previously. This is going to be... Oh, goody. I can get that in. Can I... Actually, what I should do is get rid of that. And then zoop it this way. There we go. Let's see if sort of that's going to be difficult. I don't know that I can do that. I might just have to leave it as is. Okay, awesome. Have fun with that, buddy. Good luck. Ooh, I need to bring some power up here because this has no power at the moment. Okay, but still, I like its placement. Doesn't feel too weird to me. Yeah. Could do that. Yeah, that works. And then that way, as we get overflow, the overflow will just go into the awesome sink, and that will help produce the coupons that we need. Exquisite. All right, I also need to bring some power up for it. But the other thing was that I was going to have to go get some more of the reinforced iron plates. Even though that's exactly what I'm working on. I think, yeah. I don't know. Let's find out. Because I'm not entirely certain where I'm at in the process. Part of the problem is my math. Let's go ahead, get our mergers in place. Do it this way. I just have to make sure I don't merge those other sides together. Nope, that's wrong. Mouse is acting up. Sometimes it doesn't like to left or right click, or it could just be the software. I want to send it out that way. No. I do want to do that direction. Okay. All this belted up. There we go. Whoops. Probably also want to go grab some more steel beams while I'm at it. And there we go. Now I've got 270 more. 270 more iron ingots. So let's revisit our constructor here. I know it's turned the wrong way. I just need to look at it. So cast screws. Five iron ingots to get 20 screws. It's 12.5 iron ingots per minute. I need a total of 360. Is that correct? 2, 4, 6. Yeah. So 360 screws divided by 50. 360 divided by 50 gets us 7.2. So I need 7.2 machines, or 8, really. So let's do 3, 4. Asbot. Expand this outwards. Okay, that is 4. 5, 6, 7, 8 actually needs to be less than that. So 7.2. Shoot. I don't know what the 0.2 would be of that. You are 50. Let's see. 50 times 0.2 be 10. Okay. So that would be 7 times 5 is 35 plus the 10. Yep. Okay. That makes sense. So in that case, I need well, that's cool. That and that. Actually, it really doesn't matter if I do that one. Now, the fun part is that I'm going to have 360 screws coming through, but the highest rate belt that I have is 270. So 260 minus 270 leaves me with a 90 belt, which I could do. Ooh, that's going to be fun to split the belts like that. 60. 70 divided by 60 is 4.5. So if I, it looks like what I'll need to do is, ooh, That's going to be fun. This will absolutely do my brain in. Okay, I'm going to take a quick AFK because I need to refill my water anyway. I'm going to go grab a snack. I'm getting a little bit peckish. Then we'll come back and try and figure out this mess here that I've gotten myself into. It may have actually been better to have gone with the rods and then the screws rather than iron ingots and screws. We'll find out how that's going to go. So I shall be back in just a few moments here. Break that. And there we go. All right, back in just a second. Okay, and we're back. Let me switch that out. Let's see. Oh, it's Dev Diary. That's all. Okay. But yeah, man. No tea, just water. Just water. And summer sausage. When my sister, last day that my sister was at work before they closed down, there was a bunch of stuff that was supposed to go out to the dumpster. It hadn't gotten to the dumpster. It was supposed to go out there. And so her and her coworkers kind of loaded up some of these totes with a whole bunch of stuff. And one of the things that she grabbed was these 4 large, I guess, loaves of sausage. And she, wanted to try them out. Personally, I really like it. I think it's really, really good stuff. They're not as thrilled with it, but I think it's a man thing. I don't know. But in any event, I went and grabbed some because I'm hungry and it tastes good and I like it. Also, I need more iron plates. But how you doing, Matt? How's your day going so far, buddy? I need those. I know, right? I don't have. What if I led this into one of these first? Actually, no, one of these. He probably should. I think a lot of people should write a book. They'd be surprised. There we go. So that way I have a buffer first, and then it goes into the awesome sink. Although the awesome sink will take any number of items at any speed, it really doesn't matter. Where is that connected to? Right there, cool. All right, awesome. Drop off more of that. All right, now this is where my head is getting done in. I need to bring in 360 Kaz. What the fuck are you calling me Kaz for? But so far the day's going pretty good. What's doing my head in, though, as I was mentioning, is that I need to bring in 360 screws to these machines. Now I have a 270 line, and I have what I ought to do. So I actually need to move these forward a bit so that I have a little bit more room to work with, I think is the problem. Let's see. Fair enough. Fair enough. I'll accept that. What was that again? That was 270 divided by 60. That's 4.5 lanes. That'll feed 4.5. So that would be 1, 2, 3, and 4. And then half of this one. And then that one. So that would be 90 off of that. Oh, the belt work off of this alone is going to be a pain in the ass. Is that? Well, I'm going to have a lot of leftover too, because now that I'm thinking about it. Alternate cast, that's 50 per minute, 12.5. Doing my own head in. Sounds like you had a Monday on a Thursday. Good Lord. Okay. There's math happening here that I'm not seeing. That's the problem. 360. 60 divided by, or minus 270 gives me 90 line. What I need is one of these to do 40. That's fair. Having your coffee pot suddenly decide to self-destruct is never fun. All right, 60 to 120. Coffee is amazing, especially when you're having a shit day. Why can't I visualize this? Having a problem here where I just can't physically see. I can't see it, and it's frustrating because I know it's doable. That might be part of it. Where is my notebook? I know I have a notebook for doing that. Here it is. One of several said notebooks. Here we go. Now I need pen. What did I do with all my damn pens? Are they in there? Oh, yes. Yeah, here they all are. Or some of them at least. Okay. Okay. So I've got 360 screws that need to come in. I'm making that many right now, or I'm going to be making that many. That's 6 machines at 60 each. Now, I at maximum can do. Oh, wait. If I remember correctly, the Mark II belts do 120 items. So I could do 3 belts at 120. And then each of those would separate into 2. Divided by 2. Now, part of the problem is that I have a strange number of these being made. Because these are all 50. So that's 7.2 machines. How much is it for? That's 30. That would be 1 machine, 2, 3, 4. So I would need 12 of these total. To do what I want to do. Which I think would work better than trying to do it the way that I'm trying to do it currently. Yeah. Yeah. Because part of the problem is that it won't line up otherwise. So if I do it so that each one is doing 30, combine the two, or well, no, I don't want to overclock them because then I'm using up more power than I need to, maybe. 120%. Yeah, that sounds about right, Tommy. Because then it's just 1 per. And then I don't need to be 2, 4, 6, and I don't need you guys. And that would clean everything up considerably. And then okay, yeah. Oh yeah, I'm familiar with the way that code starts stacking up after a while. So what I would want to do is this. Damn it. And then split here. Oops. No, that's not going to work. Damn it. Yeah, I think what I'm going to have to do is go ahead and just get rid of all those. Let's knock those out because I'm going to have to move them out. Get rid of that. However, we're getting somewhere with this. And there we go. So if I take 15 times 6, that gets us, not divided by, times 6, we get 90. So I still technically have 180 iron ore that I can mess with, which I can use to go ahead and make iron rods and screws to then feed into the system. Or use some of that for making like rotors and such. Two, 4, 5, 6. And yeah, that'll be fine. You are off of that one. Awesome. Thank you. All right. Actually, yeah, that'll be fine. There we go. That's going to give me a lot more room to work with. So now I can go ahead and bring down something like this. Nope. Damn it. It turned the wrong way. And there. Awesome. There we go. Hey, what's up, Elfarius? How you doing, buddy? Okay. Now I can take that. There we go. Now I'm starting to get somewhere. Next up, take this and we bring you out here. And bring it past. Ooh, I don't like the way that clips through. Yeah, we always get roped into family drama. But that's because they're family. Just means we have to deal with it, and then we move on. Usually either because of alcohol or drugs. Take your pick. There we go. Oh, yeah, well, shit happens. I mean, how dare you? What's wrong with you? And we'll stop there. Awesome. Oh my God, Hollows, give it up. People like coffee. Just deal with it. There we go. All right, now you get upgraded to the 120 belts. Same with you. And that one. Maybe it's just the world that has a thing against them, and coffee is the trigger. Don't do that to Hollows. Don't tell her it's a good idea. Oh, I'm out of... Oh, shit. Okay. Good luck. Fair Fair enough, Alfarius. I think a lot of people are like that. I will have my caffeine or the world shall suffer. Have any? Oh, good. I do have more. I was smart and brought some stuff with me. How am I doing on those? We're good on those. Oh, I think there's plenty of males that are older than that also get that feeling. I'm not quite as excessively violent as I used to be. It's more, it's a refined violence these days. You know, Hollows, you are still absolutely violent. You know it. Let's get all of these belted up. Unfortunately, well, I guess fortunately in a way, I really don't do caffeine like I used to. It used to be that I would drink Pepsi all day long. Who knows why? Maybe they know that it annoys you. That's why they're doing it. I know that's why I would do it. And you said you weren't violent. Go. That, all right, fair enough. All right, let's cut that first. Thank you. No, that is a fair assessment of generally most people's blood. One of my jokes when I was in my my 20s was that my blood was made up of Pepsi and marijuana, which at the time was let's see, was pretty true. That's fair. It's just drug. Yeah. Oh, I love watching them march out like that. That looks so good. So now, get these in place. you, you dandelion smoking bastard. How dare you? That's, maybe I want to see them. Maybe it's just that time of year that I'd say hello. Why are... What is it with you and children, Hollows? We're talking about drugs and you're like, no writing children. What? Where did... Hollows, I think you need to see a therapist. No, fair enough. Okay. But still. I don't know. It depends on what country we're in. Writing kids is actually pretty normal because they're sweatshop workers. All right, next up. Let's get power poles in here. Our connectors are there. Got it. Oh God, Charlie. A friend of mine showed me that at one point in time. That's because your psychiatrist knows you well enough. He's all like, nah, that bitch is crazy. That is a professional diagnosis. There we go. Bring that there. And then I just have to reset the recipes on these things. Those. And excellent. Huh. Honestly, I couldn't tell you, Tommy, why that happens. That's a bit outside of my wheelhouse. Strangely enough, Hollows, that actually sounds like most people's stories about therapists. Most of them are like, there's lots of things I don't know. That I totally believe. In fact, I would have said bullshit if you told me that they weren't drugged out of their minds. And like, no. Most armies are running on some sort of chemical alteration. Alright, so what I've got now is a whole bunch of these being made. And what I want to do is get them up to here under the floor. That is lucky. What I need here is I need to bring in see, I can probably bring it up this way. go. There you go. All right. And then I want to go that deep. Yeah, that'll be fine. And there we go. And this is essentially going to serve as the main line of items coming into our storage chain. Oh, absolutely, Tommy. Always save as often as possible. That's why autosaves were made. Because everybody knows how much it sucks when the save doesn't go through. And honestly, Alfarius, I would just be happy to drive a tank. I don't have to be on anything. Just the act of driving the tank would be awesome. Yeah, not surprised on that one. Let's get some panels there. That should be lined up. Beautiful. All right. So now that I've got all that stuff going, let's get back up here. Oh, no. Damn it. Fine, we'll just go up the long way. All right. Now, Mark 3. That is going to get upgraded to the Mark 3. Always a good idea to have a disclaimer like that. I know people tend to get a little butthurt if there's AI, but then no AI warning. They're like, you didn't warn me. Didn't think it was necessary. Awesome. So now we should be filling up this, and it'll probably take a second for all the items to get around there. And there they go. Mm-hmm. Always cover your own ass. Also, what the hell is UAD? Unhinged ass destroyer? Should be bringing more than that. Indeed. All right. Where are we at? Let's grab. Boom. And then I can this out here. And oh, I need cable, that's why. Well, and that's just it. Is part of the problem comes from the way that it is utilized not by the individual but by the corporation. I know, right? Generally, what winds up happening is that AI gets pushed into everything. It gets abused, it gets overused, it gets turned into another way for large entities to dominate and or control smaller entities, i.e. smaller companies and individuals. It gets over monetized, it gets over promised, it gets shoved into everything. And then when we're all like, hey, maybe that's not such a good idea, the corporations are like, shut up, you're stupid. Yay! And Bob, weave our way through the belts. So it's one of those that I understand why people have a general mistrust of AI. Because unfortunately, it does have a habit, just like everything else, of being overused. Oh, oh, did you not get? You didn't get powered on. That's why. Why do you not have your screws coming in? Oh, that's why. Okay. Is that where it is? Yeah. There, that should fix the problem. And it does. Awesome. Perfect. Now we're running on all cylinders. And everybody should be cooking the way that they're supposed to. Let's run back on up here. And I should have more of the reinforced iron plates coming through. Awesome. Yes. I love it when everything starts working correctly. And the nice thing is, if there's any overflow, which there most likely would be, that overflow is just going to go into the awesome sink. This thing. And it should have power. I don't know. Oh. Now it has power. So there we go. Yes. Yeah, that'll work. That is... Is it there? No, that's too narrow. There we go. That feels like that's a little bit too wide. That feels like it's just right. Get another one of you on the end there. Well, yeah, that's gonna happen. I mean, anytime that you start coding, you're gonna add more code to it. All right. I don't think you need to do that. I'm not sure what it's called in Unity, but I know in a lot of other programming languages you will have a case structure. So basically, what it is that you feed. A second to check on something. Okay. No, I don't want to download that. Okay. So what you have, let me bring this up real quick, is that you'll have what's called a case structure. So what you would have is, let's say, call it a switch, and then case, and case, and case. So the switch in this case would be, we're monitoring the time variable. Case 0, we'll say 00, 01, 02, etc. And essentially what you would do is you would feed the variable into the switch, and then for each one of these, it is then going to execute your code. And so that's all you have to do. So anytime that you look at, let's say, the subroutine for checking your time variable, it then goes through and it looks at the switch, and then for everything, if whatever this is then what goes here. And so that way you don't necessarily have to if statement everything. That's the way I would or have done it in the past. But it also, again, depends on what you're programming in. Yeah. Awesome. Okay, so now that I've got this set going, which eventually is going to overflow. Yay. It's so much fun to run through. Yeah, okay. So I've got a bunch of this. These are all running. How are we doing on power? Not bad. We're using about a third to... Yeah, we're using about a third of our power overall. Almost half of it. Let's see, a C sharp. C sharp list. No, it wouldn't be a list. I'd have to like actually delve into it. Okay. Well, hey, buddy. How you doing? How did you get up here? More specifically, how are you going to get back down? How are you going to escape the factory? Yeah. The if statements will work. They're just a pain in the ass. Oh, here it is. This is exactly what it is. It's exactly what I thought it was called. Check that out there, buddy. It is literally called a switch in C sharp. It is. Yeah, no worries, man. Always happy to help. Okay, I'll be right back. I'm going to go hit the head real quick. And then I think what we'll do is either figure out what to do with the rest of the leftover iron coming off of that second line, or I don't know yet. We'll figure something out. But I'll be right back. All right, there we go. Grab some more high chews. Oh, get him out of my pocket. Anyway. Let's figure out the math on how much iron or iron ingots that I have left. Of these, let's see, that should be 270. Okay. It shouldn't matter. Well, without knowing exactly what your code is doing, I can't say 100%. So the if statements may just wind up being the better thing. But if you're using an if statement to check a variable, the switch case can do the exact same thing. Like that's not, because the switch is just looking for an expression, and an expression could be anything. It could be just the variable itself. It can be variable minus something, concatenating, whatever your expression needs to be, and then you're just looking to match case off of that. That's all that does. In fact, you could even be feeding it a string. Basically, you substring a string to look for a particular variable. There are lots of different ways that you could wind up doing it. So, all right. That's 15. Yeah, I see what you're talking about. Anyway, I'm going to go back to this. All right, so that's 15 times 3, 4, 6. Yeah, 15. Times 6 is 90, which leaves me 180. So what I need is a splitter. No. Yeah. Oh yeah, no worries, man. No worries. It's all good. Wait. Yeah, we should be good there. So now I have another 180 iron ingots to work with, which means that I have enough for rods and for screws by themselves. Which, if I take, what was it? 90 divided by 12.5, that's the 7.2. And that's 7.2 times 50 is 360. Which I sure as shit don't need that many. I do need, however, some more of these. Oh, wow, yeah, that filled up real quick. Okay. Let's dump. I don't need copper ore, iron ore. Those. Everything else should be fine. See if we get any additional tickets in here. All right, Tommy. Good luck there, buddy. All right. I think I'm starting to get a feel for this. Because this would make for a good roadway up front. And then let's do railing here. Not sure how I feel about that. Yeah, no, I don't like that. I'll have to do something else because I don't like the way that that looks. It doesn't quite fit the aesthetic that we're going for. Okay. Oh, hey, it got some extra stuff in there. All right. I think I need a break from Satisfactory. I love it. Man, when you start getting into some of this stuff, so let's exit to main menu. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and upload this to the server, make sure nobody's on it. Nope, it's empty. Manage saves. Let's say locate. Confirm. There we go. Save. Point. Okay. That way I can make sure that the server is still going to be running this in the background. After it gets everything loaded. There it goes. Server. Awesome. Cool. So we need something else to play. And we had fun doing some GTA yesterday. Let's see. How do we feel about... I don't have a whole lot of games installed right now. That's part of my problem. I wonder... Let's see. I'm looking here. We've got not a whole lot. Yeah, that's kind of... you know what? Let's do some more GTA. That was fun. That actually was a lot of fun yesterday, going around trying to make money. So let's update. Chasing Benjamins. Benjamins. How do you spell Benjamin these days? Benjamins. Oh, now go away. Yep. Okay, I had it right. Why are you telling me that that's wrong? Line. And Gran. Done. There we go. Yeah, I wound up... Man, I was actually glad I wasn't on stream for this. But I wound up getting into a fight with a couple of guys because they were trying to shoot my vehicle with the new AC 180 or whatever it's called. And what was funny about it was that it's been a while since I've gotten into a legitimate fight. And I had just had a Pepsi. So I had a lot of caffeine, and then I got a sudden adrenaline surge. And the shakes were so bad that I could not keep steady on anything. And I felt like I had Parkinson's disease while I'm trying to shoot these guys. I was like, the fuck is wrong with me? Yeah, it was not the best encounter I've ever had. But I did kill them a few times, somehow. And it was funny, too, because they were going around, like, doing their best to kill everybody, shoot people. But as soon as they got engaged in an actual fight, they were trying to run away as much as possible. Like, they were constantly running away to go get into another vehicle to then try and kill people again. And it's like, okay, well, we know what kind of people you are. Let's see. No, that's true. And it was funny, too, because it was 2v1. So outside of the fact that I had massive shakes... Oh, I realized. Had that music on.
Hey, babe. I didn't get it. No, don't worry. It's no big.
If you're just looking to, like, doing your online account, it should be a very straightforward process. Just go to log in. It'll ask if you want to migrate, and then just say yes and migrate over. If you're talking about your single player save, what you'll have to do is make sure you install the legacy version of GTA first, then turn on cloud saves, save your game, then exit out. And I think there's even an option in the legacy version to migrate your save over to expanded and enhanced for your single player. But multiplayer should be pretty straightforward. Just go to log in and then you're good to go. Yeah, install one. You only need to do it for a little while, because once you have legacy or you have um, your single player save file migrated over, you can then uninstall legacy. You do not have to have legacy installed to migrate your multiplayer account. It just needs to ask you if you need to or want. That's it. Now, also be prepared for the fact that it might not want to migrate your account, because that's been one of the biggest issues that a lot of people have been dealing with, is that the game just hasn't been migrating. I know one of the guys that I used to run with all the time, I was part of the crew that I was in. His account didn't migrate initially, and I still don't know if it did. That's also why Expanded and Enhanced has a mixed rating on Steam right now, is because about half of the people that were trying to play couldn't migrate their online account. You don't. It doesn't keep you from doing Legacy, but the progression between the two will be separated. So stuff you do in Expanded and Enhanced does not backport over to Legacy. And things you do in Legacy do not port forward over to Expanded and Enhanced after the migration. They essentially become separate accounts at that point. But in most cases, if you're keeping Legacy installed, it's because you're most likely using it for FiveM, at which point your account doesn't matter. So, all right. I'm all sledded up right now. Actually, let's switch over to my business attire. There she is. Still kind of slutty, but we're at least a professional slutty. Yeah. This is still one of those games that there's just something about it that keeps me coming back. No matter how frustrating it might get, although it's definitely so much better now than it used to be. Like 6 months ago, it was painful to play because of the fact that it was like, entire lobbies were getting massacred all the time. You were getting kicked all the time. It was absolute nightmare to play. And now it just feels so much better. It feels like it used to. Back when I started playing like 8 years ago, 9 years ago, something like that. It's kind of weird seeing all these people dancing and no music too. That's the weird part. It's like one of those parties where everybody's wearing headphones and the music's playing through the headphones, not through speakers. That's what it's like. But yeah, like how even the grafing isn't as bad as it used to be. It still happens, but it's not nearly as bad as it had been. And I think a lot of it is just for the fact that there's no more text chat. And I know a lot of people were complaining about the lack of text chat, but what that essentially does is it removes the immediate feedback on any negative thing that you're doing for a reaction. So if you're going out of your way to piss people off, but you're not getting that immediate feedback, it no longer carries the same enjoyment that it used to. It's no longer as enjoyable. It's that level of immediacy that people are looking for, that instant gratification. And if you take that away, that was a little bit, but that's a fair wall of text too. And you're absolutely right. Like the level of openness in this game is it's what makes it kind of one of a kind. Even though there are a lot of games that are open world, there's something about Rockstar open worlds that just make them better. And especially something like GTA Online, where you do have such a huge level of freedom to just do stuff. It's also the life of the world as well. Because I've seen a lot of other open worlds, and yeah, there's, you know, a lot of things in the world, but none of it really feels as alive. Strangely enough, I think and Cyberpunk and Starfield are two great examples of this. Cyberpunk comes close to the enjoyment factor or the liveliness of the world that GTA has. Like there's a spark of life happening in Cyberpunk. But it never quite goes beyond just a surface level sort of gloss. It's there, you're aware of it, stuff is happening, but it doesn't quite feel as alive. It just feels like a whole lot of random people all the time. Which the irony being that's exactly what happens in GTA, but it feels like the people actually live in this world. They exist in this world. And then Starfield tries to do what Bethesda used to do when you had the schedules for NPCs and they had lives and jobs and all that other stuff. But they just feel so dead. It feels like a bunch of mannequins walking around. That's really what also it feels like. And then you get to like GTA and Red Dead Redemption 2, I think is obviously the best at it so far. That RDR2 feels like you've got this world that people are alive in. But more than that, it feels like it's their world that they are actually alive in. As opposed to just they are inhabiting it for the sake of the player. Out of the way, people. close. I know I tend to ramble sometimes. But, I mean, when you're just driving around on autopilot.
Who trying to do KO?
Oh, hey, somebody's on voice. Nutsack Jones. That's a hell of a name.
How the fuck did I receive a warning? What?
It does. And not in a good way. Like, there are moments where I've stood in Cyberpunk and it almost stepped into the same sort of feeling of aliveness that GTA has. Now, I will say that the Phantom Liberty side of things is a little bit better.
Hi. Yep. See you later.
But overall, that reminds me. If I remember correctly, the Guzman files should actually be double money. I don't want to steal that cargo. Out of my way, come through.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Kind of have to go up this way anyway. Somebody's at my warehouse. Oh no, somebody's at their apartment. Mm-hmm. I can definitely see that.
Hey, Hefe.
There
For
were
real?
lots of times
It's
where
done, no problem.
the group of
Pass
us
it
would be
around.
hanging out and we'd be rolling like, I don't know, 8, 9 deep in a session. And all of a sudden, there'd be like 2 or 3 tryhards that would show up. And without warning, a giant war would start between my crew and the tryhards. And you just constant gunfire in the streets. All sorts of stupid shenanigans going on. Every once in a while, I'd actually get to kill people and then die a whole bunch. Oh, damn. Did not see that car there.
Call the mechanic, man.
It's so weird to hear people on voice in this. Oh, the voice quality seems to be a bit better than it had been.
Bad video in the whip, too. fast, man.
Yeah, that's true. Well, like a couple of times I've been driving around and then just all of a sudden, hey, you have a 2-star wanted level. There's nobody around me. I haven't hit anybody. I've been following most of the rules of the road. Where the hell did that wanted level come from?
How you doing? Yeah.
I remember one time, I think it was last year or year before, where there were a couple of us hanging out and wound up getting into a atomizer fight. And before long, there were a whole bunch of randoms that were getting sucked into it as well. And just, I don't know, there had to have been 6 or 8 of us in total that were around the ammunition up here. Yeah, this ammunition and this area in here, just atomizing each other the entire time. There was just atomizers going off left and right, people getting thrown around. It was hilarious. Oh yeah, absolutely. Oh yeah, the way that the cops work in this game, they are equal opportunity fuckers. Welcome back, Tommy. And yeah, needed a break from Satisfactory. I needed to cause some chaos and damage.
Hey!
What are you talking about? GTA? I have been playing GTA since the
Sure.
original versions came out on PC.
Bye.
I own all of the GTAs. I remember, actually, the only one that I don't have on PC is GTA London. But I don't think there's a PC port of that on Steam. Let's see. Grand Theft Auto. Yeah, I've got Enhanced Auto for the Complete Edition. I don't have the definitive edition of San Andreas. Let's see. Yeah, there is no Grand Theft Auto London on PC. I have The Crew 2. There is one game I wish that they would bring back, and it was such a good game too. Motor City Online. I believe it may have been part of the Need for Speed franchise, but it was about classic 1950s and 60s hot rods. About that whole Mopar, Motor City Online, or Motor City lifestyle. I loved that game, and I really wish that they would bring it back. Because, like, you actually had to get lots of different parts for your engine to incrementally make it better. And I had this really gorgeous 57 Chevy Bel Air. Absolutely in love with that car. And I was starting to reach a point where the components that I had in the engine were decent enough that I could start winning good races and making money when they shut down the servers. And I was so pissed. I was like, why would you do this to me? And I think in a way, the Forza series kind of brings that back, but not completely. Doesn't quite have that same feel to it. It's close, not 100%. All right, let's get one of my fast cars. Basement garage. Windy today. Let's see. Let's grab the Cyclone. Oh. Oh, God, yes. God, I used to do that too.
You, sir?
No, I totally get it. Because I do that. Hell, I do that this game sometimes. Is I'll just drive around for like an hour or so. Not going anywhere in particular, just driving. Guys. And I have done that in the Crew 2. Actually, I haven't done too many races in the Crew 2. But I do spend a lot of time just driving around because it's a lot of fun. And I've done that in Forza Horizon 5 as well. And 4. I've done that in both. Alright, I need... Actually, I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to go out towards Guzman's place. And then we're going to pull out the old Terabyte. And I need to make an adjustment.
Original Mac. You like that one?
Alright, I'm going to shut that off because that's distracting as hell. There we go. Yeah, I would imagine that is rather peaceful. There we go. All right. Honestly, I have no idea what my level is in the Crew 2. I don't play it enough to really care. But one of the things that we're going to do is go ahead and I'm going to upgrade my heavy sniper to explosive ammo because I will need that for one of the Guzman missions. Good for you, the original Mac. Get him back. Too much torque. Actually, before I go any further, that's fair. There is something incredibly therapeutic about just driving in a lot of games. Just that sense of going out there and doing the thing. I think what I might do is also grab my Mark II. Image. Sure. There we go. Yeah, you just seem to be having a devil of a time with that. All right, heavy sniper magazines, explosive. Okay, cool. Let's go. Good, I do have the missiles on here. All right, so the goal here is, let's see, we'll see here. But what I'm going to try and do is complete the Guzman files on normal in less than an hour. I could also try it. You know what? Let's do it hard. Let's see if we can beat it on hard, the whole thing in less than an hour. Yes, that's fine. Yeah, buy all my ammo. I'm gonna need it. From settings, closed, play. Yeah, no worries, man.
I sent you coordinates. Motorcycles, weapons. Grab what you need and head up that mountain trail.
Okay. Aw.
Okay, alright. On first hit. Gonna be good, man. This seller I told you about. They got a plane delivering to some local buyer. Flight path goes right over those coordinates. So,
Nice.
here's the plan. We're gonna go about our business the traditional way. Take their shit, sell it as our own. You like that, huh? Man, I knew you would. We just gotta bring their plane down low, force it to drop the cargo, and deliver it ourselves.
Yay.
That route is the fastest way to the top. You know, it's also won some kind of award from the Ellis Tourist Board. Highest mortality trail. Go figure.
All right, fair enough.
Listen, I know you worked with some crazy people in the past, but me, I'm easy, you know? Got a beer, got a cigarette, got your GPS locked, and comes clear. We'll keep it muy bueno. Huh? You're the boss. These guys, they got a signal ring to a transmission tower up top.
Okay.
Hide the flight path from government radar. So, if we destroy the tower, they gotta drop to a lower altitude to stay under the radar. Then we hit them. Big brain stuff, huh?
Hell yes. Apparently, the trick to doing this quickly and easily is, first of all,
Once the plane's
I don't have to get off the
cruising
bike.
nice and low, we gotta cause major damage to force open the hole. I leave that part to you, eh? Oh man, the stories I heard when I was looking you up.
And then,
You know, my cousin was mauled by a cougar near there. But like, bro, I told him, bro, that's a pretty cool story. But, you know, he said he'd rather have his legs back, so... We're all different, huh? Yes! Okay, stand by. The plane should start to drop. Remember, we only got until it leaves the airspace, so move fast. Shit, man, it actually worked! Now, follow that plane. Get up real close.
let's see. There's, There we go.
Is the owner empty?
Nice and easy. Then we just descend down here.
Make sure you get all the goods, huh? We got a sale to make.
Nice. And hey, quit shooting me, jackass.
Okay, now all you have to do is deliver the guns and maybe, a strongly worded message to the buyer. Let them know that customer loyalty is very important to us.
Hell yes.
Tell them after you have
Motherfucker.
the money in hand.
Yo, you don't get to catch up with me. Go away.
Back in business. It's been a while. Dust on my headset, It was really something.
Apparently, the voice actor for Guzman is the same voice actor from Red Dead Redemption 2, the guy who plays Javier Escuela. There we go. All done. Yes, give me that sweet, sweet cash. And now we leave.
Got the money, good shit. Wait. There's something on the radar.
Oh,
Shit! Cuidado! Go, go, go! Get out of there! Look back later!
cargo destroyed. Yeah, but I still beat it. And fairly quickly, too. Much better than the last time I did it. Or I should say the first time I did it. Okay. What did it do? Show us on the keyboard where it hurt you. I am a good sport. Very good sport. Yes, I am.
Shit, man. I mean, what the fuck? You're still alive. That was some crazy shit. Did you see that thing? The plane?
I did see it. I'm going to give this guy a heart attack. Sees a Mark II coming over here. Like, oh God. The fuck was that for? Whatever. If he was trying to start a fight, I don't care. Because I'm trying to beat this. Oh, gotcha. I've never been into Call of Duty myself. So I never been that big of a thing for me. I was always more into Battlefield. So But of course, Battlefield went down a strange path. Like, Battlefield was really good up until 2142. And then Battlefield Bad Company 2 was really good. I remember playing the hell out of that. Really enjoyed that. But then everything after that has kind of gone downhill. Yeah, I never could get into, like, zombie mode sounds cool. And if I was more into Call of Duty, I'd probably really enjoy it. But I just never really got into it. Gotcha. I know that there's been a lot of issues with Call of Duty, technically, or on the technical side of things. I know a lot of people have been complaining about it. Okay. Another one of these situations where I get stuck loading. And suspend, and I shall wait for a few. And resume process. There it goes. Of course, everybody's left. Awesome. Let's try this again. Or let's try this next one. Oh, wait. That's fair. Where is Lactical? Lactical. There we go. This should help with our survival rate. Super heavy armor. Confirm settings. Play. Huh.
Okay, está ready. Let's get this thing started. I've sent coordinates for an airstrip belonging to Everhard Munitions.
Why do I get the feeling that
We
that son
need
of a
these
bitch blew up
moguls.
my...
They're fast, light, and because they belong to Everhard.
Morse Mutual. We're here to help.
Oh, no. What's that? Okay.
I can do that. With Morse, it's mutual.
Well, let's grab...
You're through to your garage. You, need me to bring you a ride?
Yeah.
I'll bring it by.
Let's grab the Hakuchu drag.
Okay, our new plan. Yes, we're gonna be the biggest gun runners in San Andreas. Only now, we're gonna do it by hitting Everhard Munitions square in the huevos. Okay?
I like that.
Man, this is some free market shit too. For real. These corporate assholes want to control every trafficking corridor in the state. That's a monopoly, bro.
Yes, it is.
American as shit. Rip them off. We put the land of the free back on its feet. Crack a cerveza borracho. Keep it tranquilo. A good day's work.
Let's go. Oop. That was almost sad. Kill myself before even getting to do anything. Huh. Yeah, I don't know what to tell you, man. The only other thing that I can think of is that it's not on your side of things, it's on their side, and there's something wrong or bugged with your account. But that's the only other thing I can consider if, it's a situation where you can't get online when the game will start or something. The other possibility is that what you may need to do, and I know this happens sometimes, is to essentially go ahead. Oh, wow, really? Is to do a full uninstall and then look for the app data folder, usually in your user folder. And you might have to clear that out as well sometimes. Because when a game uninstalls, it doesn't uninstall everything. It just installs the game files. But it will typically leave behind user preferences, your shader cache, things like that. So what you might want to do is Google how to do a full clear of Call of Duty 6. And see what comes up and what you can do to do a full one.
No record. Looks like they like a discreet operation, you know?
Hey, yes, my chat is quiet. I don't care.
Okay, next part is your choice.
Bam.
Either you steal one mogul for me to provide air support when we go for the Titan, or you get two moguls and we can fly in together. Side by side, bro. Like two eagles or something. Plus, the more we get, the more we sell when this is over. It's up to you. Go with your gut, huh?
Okay.
Meanwhile, this eagle's gonna crack a beer.
We're just going to sneak in.
Get lost. Come on.
I see you on the radar.
Come on. Keep going.
Yeah, the Eberhard's getting ready to send backup. Watch your back. Once we have our hands on the Titan.
There we go. Now we're off.
Aircraft and equipment we stole for this takedown.
Victor 5, moving in. Over. Victor 1 in pursuit. Stand by. All Victors engaged. Oh!
Hey, lead them back to the hangar. I'm bringing out the big guns. Hey, how's your skills? Do some evasive maneuvers. They can't target you if you're dodging and diving. Don't worry, there's six packs by the seat.
Shut out, get me. Alright, now we just got to fly back by Guzman. Probably could have gone under that bridge, but
Fly low to the ground. Let's see him hit you then.
okay, we should be good. Now I just got to take him by the airfield. Drop this shit off, and we're good to go.
Keep it tranquilo, muchachos. Woo, teamwork, huh?
Nice.
Oh man, that was special. Hey, you wanna test out the Mogul's bombs? Got some coordinates for an Eberhard weapons cache in the area. And, supply goes down, prices go up, eh? Why don't we drop in on them?
Okay. So what I think I'll do is come down along the coast.
Have they set off flares? Good. Work around.
And then
They're
double
trying to get
back.
help. Shame for them. It's gonna be way too late.
Awesome.
There it goes.
Let's see. There's the next target. Got it. We'll get this one next. Double back. Nice.
Supply and demand, muchachos.
Get next one, and we should be good. Maybe that'll throw them off. I doubt it, but it might. Sucker. Yeah, I was watching the Gorilla Gang TGG's video about doing these and doing it faster and easier. And his tip about starting to bomb before you get to the target really helps.
Got 'em all, huh? Then come back to the hangar.
Awesome. There we go. Now we just got to head back.
If you want the other mogul, now's your chance.
I do not want the other one. I just need the one. Shut up, Hollows.
Real safe for when we're on Eberhard's radar. You know, maybe we, I don't know, spruce them up a little before then? Huh?
All right.
Shoot me a text whenever you want to wrap this up.
There we go. And we're done.
Okay, that's a wrap, huh? Now get to work.
Only need the one. Nice and easy. And that actually went by really quick. I know, right? Fortunately, though, I have enough hours flying planes in the game that I'm not terrible at it. I'm not great. I'm just not terrible either. Let's see where it puts us. I might have to switch over to invite only sessions for now, just so that I can actually load correctly. Where?
Hey, so with these moguls, we'll appear as friendly.
Nice. Get me over the fence. Let's start this next one. Wait, am I? I am indeed not able to do them. Okay. Online, find new session, invite only, go. I was in a public session. I'm now switching over to invite only. Well, I kind of have to because that's the only way that I can switch to being a CEO again. There we go. But hey, I'm pink. At least for a little while. Guzman, set up Intel. From settings. Play.
Next up, I'm sending you a location of a drone console I pull some strings to arrange. You should have a key card. I'll fill you in on the way.
Awesome. Vehicle.
Okay, I called in a favor from an old friend. Maybe you know him. Martin Malasso.
What you need, boss? Some wheels?
Yes.
I can bring them round.
I need that.
It's on the way.
There's me motorcycle.
Worked a little with Madrazo back in the day. Man, us local business owners, we gotta support each other, you know? So long since we made contact, he thought I was dead. I was like, no way, bro. My doctor, she says I got at least 5 more years before it frees him to death. No sweat.
Let's get to it. Yeah, here. Sure, we'll take the dirt trail on a street bike. It's not the worst idea in the world that I've had. It's not the best either, but it's not the worst.
When you arrive, check inside for the console.
All right. Open sesame.
Madrazo's guy said he left everything set up. Should be good to go. You know how to jack in or jack off or whatever, right?
Yes.
All right, I'm seeing what you're seeing.
Boost is.
Madrazo's guys say the drone controls are pretty sensitive, so gentle movements, you know? I heard drones do everything these days. Flying, hacking, shocking the nervous system. Man, crazy shit. No wonder my kids want one. Okay, let's be quick. Let's be quiet. Find the servers, get the intel in and out.
Let's not kill ourselves here.
Okay, Madrazo's man. He said get up close and maintain a line of sight with the server. That's all you gotta do. The drone will send whatever it picks up back to me. That's some slick future shit. Hey, I got it.
Nope, we're good.
I sound like Mrs. Guzman.
Here we go.
Hack successful.
And speed. Don't think it can get me through. Fuck you. There we go. All right.
And done.
Oops. Damn.
Well, that's what backups are for, huh?
Almost had it all in one go. Got stuck on that stupid fence. That's all right. Just makes it easier to get in there and get done. Don't worry about the drone just flying down the road.
Data downloaded.
Awesome.
Okay, military contracts, plan routes, test flights. Man, this is it. But, interesting. Take itself back to his station. I think I got something for you to check out. I'm sending the cargo's last known location.
Ooh, this is the one. Oh yeah, I know where the scuba suit is.
Okay, so I'm looking at Eberhard's intel on this cargo. Looks like there were multiple packages in transport, but one had a kind of signal jammer specifically for the Titan. Man, if we could hook this thing up to our mogul, that's the element of surprise we need. Hope you don't mind getting wet, huh?
I never mind getting wet. Oof, that almost sucked. Not the joke, the landing. There we go.
You guys, heads up. Eberhard is still scouting the area, making sure there are no survivors.
Good for them. I think I got just about everybody. That is a scarecrow.
You know, it wouldn't hurt to take a look around for anything useful for a dive.
Give me the Scooby gear. There we go. Gotcha. Anybody else down here? No? Cool. All right.
Hey, I hope you don't get seasick, huh? I get really seasick. That's why I fly planes. Okay, when you're in the water, search the seafloor for signs of the cargo. Oh, and if anything swims up to you, punch it in the face, eh? It either helps or it makes it very angry. I can't remember which. Oh, and for the official record, I did write on the hangar's application that the new owner should be a strong swimmer. Now you see why.
This is fair. All right, so I'm looking for potential red lights. There we go. There goes one. There's one down here.
I don't mind being in the water, you know? But like, not all the time. Hot tubs, yes. Ocean, man, hard pass.
There goes the second one.
Whatever they dropped, we can salvage it. Hey, got some movement on the radar. Looks like Eberhard are scoping the crash site. Man, careful around those assholes.
Looking for another blinky light, maybe? Yep, there it is.
I was going to say you should check in every few minutes and let me know you're still good, but I guess with you, no news is good news, huh?
Yeah,
Gather
generally.
everything you can.
Where's that last red light? This is the frustrating part when you're looking for the last one. The first three are always the easiest.
Hey, don't swallow that water, huh? The water here is worse for you than smoking. Man, I need a cigarette.
Yeah, me too, buddy. Me too. Let's see. Get a little bit of light here. Don't quite recall where that fourth one was. There, oh, where? Is it up here a little ways? Nope. They're all around the wreck. I know that. Got the one that was over here. Because it was off to the side. One over this way, which I got that one. I got the one that was... No. boat itself? I don't think so. Here. Ah, there it is.
Once you've got the goods, just get them to the hangar.
Okay. Basically, we just swim all the way back quietly underwater, away from bad guys. They'll never even know I was here. A little bit slower than taking the boat back, but a lot safer too. Not likely to get shot at. That's not what I wanted. Not trying to record any clips here. As long as those boats stay away from me, I are happy. I will say I am glad that Rockstar went through the effort to actually put stuff under the water and actually, give it its own life and whatnot. There are a lot of games that have not done that, even though they do have a large amount of water as part of their
Having fun?
as part of their world.
Let's hurry this up.
All right. That's not what I wanted. Get up here.
Let's see what you got.
Let's not say we did.
Fuck you.
No, fuck you.
About to drop your ass. I got this. Piece of shit. Cover now. Damn, that look bad. You mother- Oh!
Nope, 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 nope. Fuck.
Fucked up. Fuck you. Fuck you. Hold back. Fucking shoot at them. Get your ass down. Oh shit, get down.
No! Damn it. Let's see. Ammo. And then we start at checkpoint. I was doing so good. Where did this put me? Oh, good.
Once you've got the goods, just get them to the hangar. Heads up, they're on your ass.
No, they're not.
Fucking now. Whoa, let's go. Shit.
Man, I'm exhausted. Like, bro, watching you move around my GPS, I was sweating, you know?
But you're still alive. No supplies. That makes me sad.
You know, sometimes I think a multinational arms dealer who's in bed with the government versus just us is unfair. Like, totally uneven. They don't stand a chance, huh?
Okay. Where is my Haruma? Kuruma.
I'm on the clock. What you want?
I
Some
think
wheels?
it's in my arcade. It is.
I'll get there as soon as I can.
I could, or I leave this shit behind and I take the good car. Because, you know, bulletproof. There we go. There you go. It is amazing how many people have used the Kuruma as their basically daily driver. There we go.
All right, now we're cooking, eh?
Hell yeah. We're cooking with portals. It's a great car. It's a good look for it. Oh, good. Like rates.
Okay, so according to the intel we lifted from those servers,
My other favorite car is the Duke of Death. Duke O Death. I have spent a lot of hours driving that one. All right, Iron Mule. Cool. Super heavy armor. Confirm settings. Play. Let's do this. The Duke of Death? No, you can get it in multiplayer. In fact, in most cases, it should be free.
one of the last on our list. Head to this test site.
Not really. Honestly, I don't
You
really
need some,
remember
huh?
them
One of
being
your rides?
meta, honestly.
Let me know.
Okay.
I'll bring it to you.
The really nice thing, though, about the Duke of Death is that it does have the capability of having the missile lock-on jammer installed on it. So that's always nice. Like, if you're looking for a good armored vehicle, the two that I would highly recommend, especially if you know people are going to be using explosives on you, is the Paragon R and the Omnis EGT. The Omnis is an electric vehicle, but it can have heavy armor put on it, and it also gets the missile lock-on jammer from the agency. At which point it becomes a small tank. Now it's not bulletproof, so bullets will go through the windows. but most people are going to try and blow you up first. In fact, I had one tryhard get so mad at me that he called me a cheater because his rocket launcher wasn't blowing me up right away.
I'm serious. Once I got locked in a stolen single prop and seeing global pole agents shaking their heads at me from the runway. Man, that shit still haunts me. Unlike their other bases, it won't be hard to find. I mean, the sound of heavy ammunition ain't subtle, but, you know.
Absolutely. It's always hilarious when they're like, you're not dying immediately because I killed you or because I shot you, therefore you're cheating.
Likely they're gonna call in the big guns. That includes the heavy lift choppers we need. Plan's pretty simple. Plant some jammers, cause some chaos. Then, when air support flies in, jam their flight system and boom! You got yourself a chopper. You see the locations I've pinned? That's where to plant the jammers. Optimal impact, huh?
Go. This is going to be so much easier this way. Hey, buddy.
Someone went down. Come on.
Your mom went down.
So I was looking at the catalog, you know, just to scope out their need, of course. And they stock a real nice range of vehicles. If you see something, maybe with weapons we could use, seal it for when we hit the Titan.
Gotcha. Who's firing at you? Oh, there. Not anymore.
You're gonna die.
Come on. Plant the jammer. Thank you.
Got it.
Yeah, this is so much easier like this.
You could drive it up to our drop-off, or you can wait and hook it up to a chopper later. Know what I'm thinking? I'm thinking the weaponry on that vehicle could be real useful when we face down the Titan.
Oh, he's probably on the other side. Not dead yet. Okay, acrobatics it is. Oh, I see where you're at. Oh, I can't.
Fuck this! Pull back! Get your ass down!
No, I don't trust myself. Got him. All right, last one. Do you really?
Oh, fuck! Let's see what you got. Shit, they're not getting up from there.
Come on, there you are. Took a lot more than an arrow to the knee. Bam.
Okay, jammers are primed.
Holy shit!
Now for
I'll
my
give you a few
favorite
seconds
part.
to get outside.
Hit the test site as hard as you can. I mean, really mess it up. The more damage you cause, the sooner they'll come for backup.
Where's the other one? There you are.
Damn, they done! Stupid ass.
What are you doing?
Asshole, get out of here! Die, motherfucker!
There he is.
We gotta move back!
Honestly, killing those should count for a lot as well.
Yes!
But I guess it's really just killing these dudes. That seems to count the most, is just shooting the dudes on the ground. That one's going.
They are beautiful.
Let's grab.
Fuck you!
Got him.
Engaging! I'm engaging! What the fuck? Fucking shithead!
My God. Come on. Damn. Haha.
Oh, yeah!
He's dropping here! I got this! I got this!
Okay. Single shot, not working.
You fucking asshole!
Go. There you went. Got you. Got you.
Earn that shit! Move on!
Who's left? Oh, you.
You're down!
Problem with being bald is you're a big shiny beacon of where to fire.
I'm gonna kill this asshole!
Man, the radio's on fire. Almost there.
Got it. Awesome.
Hey, here they come. Get ready with the jammers.
Get out of here, dumbass!
Just get out of the way.
Wait for it. Now, activate the jammers. Yes. Now we just need them to land.
Nice. Am I really?
When the cockpits are clear, deactivate the jammers and take control.
Come on. Let me in here.
One chopper is good, sure. That's all we need when we get the Titan. But, you know, more choppers means more opportunity to steal supplies.
Yeah, I only
The
need.
more we steal,
That's all I'm
the more
gonna
we
take is
sell.
the one.
You know, but I'll let you decide. Man, you know, working with you is all muy tranquilo, huh? I bet your heart rate never got above 35 that whole time.
Yep. And we just gotta bring this in.
Looks like they're pulling back. You must have really spooked them, huh?
Yes.
Almost home, huh? Last stretch.
Confirm.
Okay. I'd say that was a success, huh? So we didn't get a vehicle. Who cares?
I didn't need anything more than that. Oh, stretch. Yeah, I'm not trying to get everything. I'm just trying to get this stuff. And over the fence.
Okay, real talk. When we get
Okay. I think I've got what? One mission, one more setup, and then the last mission, I think, is what we're looking at. Yeah. And then the actual Titan job itself, which is gonna be fun. Hey, let's go. Let's do this.
last piece of prep. Hop in, let's go. I'll explain on the way. I'm gonna take you to the choppers you stole. Got a couple of guys looking after the equipment. They'll be standing by today.
Yay.
Stand by for takeoff.
Standing by. And away we go. I know, right? We didn't steal them. We legitimately salvaged them. That's what it was.
So, today, I'm planning ahead. That's what you pay me for, huh? When we steal a Titan, they're going to send everything they've got at us. They've got
Yep.
a lot. So, use the advantage we have. Use the Titan against them. And to do that, we need supplies, we need munitions. So it's on the cargo ship I'm sending you to. You just have to swoop in with the choppers, grab the ammo, grab the tech, and run, you know? Tranquilo. Huh.
Yay.
Okay, jump out here. And, you know, maybe make sure you got a parachute first, eh? I'll stay on comms.
Probably would have been a good idea, yeah.
Thank you for flying with Capitan Guzman. My guys have arranged for some vehicles you can use, but, you know, gotta remember, only the heavy lift chopper will be able to collect the equipment.
That was so silly. Okay. God, that's loud.
Okay, when you reach the ship, find the Titan ammo and hook it up to the chopper. Sounds easy, but when they're trying to shoot you down, not so much. You think they got fuel tanks at the docks? Man, whatever they got, you can use. See them barges? Cargo's got a convoy. Makes sense. You know, these could work in our favor.
The hell was I hitting?
You could hook and drop. Huh?
Oh well.
Listen, you should have a communications jammer in your pack. He'll block any calls for reinforcements. But it won't last forever. Gives you some time to get the cargo out of there, but man, after that, who knows who's gonna turn up and try to stop you.
This is not a drill. This is not a drill.
And got it. Let's get out of here.
I gave our guys a heads up. They know you're on the way. They got any good cargo? Armor, weapons, that kind of thing. Take a look. My guys with the trailer? Whatever you bring them, they'll keep it safe until we hit the Titan.
I suppose I could. Yeah, that probably did. Oh, that's possible too, yeah.
You've got equipment hooked. Take it to the drop-off. My guys are waiting with a trailer. They'll, you know, take care of anything you bring them. And yes, say hello to the fireworks. All right, got the ammunition. Now, you can text me and call it here, or you can get more equipment. Totally up to you, my friend. Do you think we're ready to hit the Titan?
I mean,
Let's
yes,
get it.
but let's see if I can get the weapons. I have to be quick about it. Let's see.
Secure the cargo.
This is weapons over here. Let's go. Come on, girl. Just need you to last a little while longer.
Hey, you know what rigs anti-aircraft trailers? Being hooked onto a chopper and dropped in the sea. You know, just saying. Yeah, this is pretty insane.
Okay. Let's do this.
Okay, that was bien nice, huh?
Yay. I possibly could have gone back for one more crate, but I didn't want to risk it. Of course, it puts me all the way out here.
Hi, sis. How's broker?
Oh, but hey, it gave me my
I don't know. I hate it here. I wish I was back in shop.
thanks. It gave me my compressor, so
Okay,
there's that
now we get some.
out of the way. So I will at least be able to get out to where I need to go faster. This is about the only time that I ever use my oppressor as well, is when I need it for one of these types of missions, or like just get around someplace quick. The rest of the time, I don't bother with the Mark II because I'm not good on it, and I don't want to be one of those guys who's like, "Look at me, I'm only awesome because I have homing missiles." Now, I'm not saying I'm awesome anyway. I just, don't want it to be my crutch. That's why I try and expand my arsenal whenever possible. That is true. That is indeed true. Okay, little detour. I gotta take this because it's bonus cash and it's a good car. And then I'll probably actually just grab my Sparrow instead. Now, the really fun thing, which is going to be kind of pain, is that they are going to be, while unloading the Mogo, shooting a lot of bullets at me. Since it's on hard, that means that their aim is going to be significantly more painful. Yeah, painful. That's where. Watch out, coming through. Big fat heavy car. So what I'm thinking is that I might try especially in GTA. Shit. I wish the Oppressor Mark II was the most expensive vehicle that I had, too. No. That's middle of the road as far as my stash of cars goes. All right, Tommy. Have a good one, buddy. Thanks for stopping by. Way come through. Nothing quite like driving into oncoming traffic. And there we go. Oh. All right, quick. Gonna ban somebody who didn't show up in chat, but still a bot. Gotta ban him. Oh, okay.
You calling for some wheels? I'm Johnny on the spot. I'll hook you up.
Let's take. Is it? Other ones do I have here? Oh yeah, here we go.
It's
The
coming at
Devastate.
you. All right, I'll get back to work.
Oh man, that's like really really old GTA. That's actually just a little bit before my time. Like definitely a little bit before my time. Because I think I came in 1 or 2 DLCs after they took that out of the game. Because by the time I started playing, and probably about when, well, no, but about the time that I started playing, it was, they were already teleporting the cars to you. It just took forever and a day. Oof. That was close. And away we go. Coming through. Just move. There we go. Now we get onto the proper highway. That's probably why they changed it too, because they're like, you know, we have too many instances of the mechanic doing stupid stuff. Although I think that there also used to be some exploits that you could do with the mechanic that would cause interesting behaviors. So that was also one of the reasons why they took it out, so that people would stop exploiting it. Because whenever there is a chance to break something in favor of the player, yes. Well, I do remember some of the guys that I worked with at Geek Squad, they had gotten the game and were talking about it when it first launched. So I was familiar with what was going on. And then when they released the heists, although the funny thing was that I had it in my head that the heist was basically you got to plan what was going on and how to execute it. And the reality was, well, you were planning it, but you were only planning like the broad strokes details. The game would then tell you how you did the heist. It's like, okay, fair enough. Not quite what I had envisioned, but it'll work. All right, there we go. Time to do the finale. And it's been a little bit more than an hour, I think. But it's still been pretty quick. I know. That's the one thing. It's like we spend all this time and money and effort on getting all of this stuff, all these fun toys, and then we never get to use them. True.
Man, this is it. This is it. Woo! I've never felt so alive. Looks like we've got what we need and a whole load more. So let's move out.
That's what the weapons
you know,
are. Okay.
If you want, you can always open with me. Man the gun while I navigate. You buckled in, huh?
All right, here we go.
Let's do this. Vámonos.
Man.
Here's the plan. Get to our destination. I'll use the mogul to get close to the Titan and mess with its signals. You gotta take out its engine, force it to land, take control, and turn it against these assholes.
Yay.
Simple, right?
Indeed. Where is it?
Mackenzie Field Hangars, the stuff of legends, you know? And when we fuck Eberhard's shit up, man, they're gonna know it.
Indeed. There they are.
Okay, we're closing in. Got that weapon jammer tech you found all warmed up. To protect us against the Titan. That's the play, that's the play. Take it down.
I don't know if there's a spot that's weaker than the others.
Come on, this is it. Oh, yeah. Try doing that in your Titan, eh?
So- There you go. Yep, plot armor.
A what? A fucking sub? Shoot the missiles! Gang, nice. Shit! Missiles incoming! Shoot them quick!
Trying to shoot the missile.
Good shot!
Come on. Blow up, you stupid plane. Now we get to go back to shooting this. Jesus, there's so much stuff going on.
Almost. Nice try, assholes.
Ow. Just gonna have to keep shooting the back of it. There it is. I see that missile. I know, right? Well, I think we currently have everything jammed or something like that.
Look at that. You're almost there.
Come on, blow up. There we go. Almost there. Just a little bit more. That's fine. I got plenty of armor left. God, no. We're not getting involved. That's too much like a good idea. In fact, you're demoted, Private. Almost there. There we go. And waste taxpayer money? God, no.
Mayday!
It's rerouted for an emergency landing. I'll take us there. There's no way they're making it to the runway. Ah, shit, radio's blowing up. These guys are gonna throw everything they got at you. Now's your chance. Parachute down and get ready for a fight, okay?
Yay.
I'll drop the extra supplies you stole, too. Okay, we grounded a Titan, but now you gotta take control and get it back in the air. You know, some quick engine repair while being shot at by the biggest military power in San Andreas. Piece of cake, huh?
Oh, this is not going to go well.
Give me a second. Reloading. Friendly down. Shit, they got hit. I'm gonna put this asshole. Damn, that look bad. We losing people.
There was. There we go.
Dropping the vehicle.
Oh, I'm about dead. Yep, there we go. Shit. That is a tough one. Because I'm trying to do it without using trying to do it without using snacks or additional armor so that I can get the achievement for it. I know, right? I wonder. Manage vehicles, return.
You gotta get out of here, dumbass.
What you need, boss? Some wheels? I can bring them around.
Shit. Arcade.
It's coming at you. Dropping the vehicle.
Good question. Don't know. Oh God, where did would leave that all the way down there? Wouldn't you? Son of a bitch. I wonder if it's possible to get too far away from the objective. We'll find out. I don't know about... I think they do have infinite respawn, but I don't have a sniper rifle, so I do have to worry about that. But we'll just cheese it a little bit. And we'll take the armored Kuruma. There we go. Absolutely. There we go. Goes that one.
Okay, we grounded a Tiger, but now you gotta take control and get it back in the air. You know, some quick engine repair while being shot at by the biggest military power in San Andreas. Piece of cake, huh?
Actually, yeah, that's really not too bad.
Fucking shit! God damn it!
See him out there. Oh, I see where you are. No. other person firing at me. Ow, you. Those are weaponized kanadas.
Putting that target down! Shit! Dead!
Alright. Should be able to hopefully. Okay, let's see. AWA.
Quick, carry out the repairs, and if more come, take them out.
Damn. Yes. X. There we go. Back in the car.
Hell yeah, man. Time for the big guns, huh? Stand by for the ammo drop.
I know, right?
Everhard's got backup coming in hot.
Got you in the face. Might see about grabbing the. Okay.
I'll give you a few
No,
seconds
I
to get
wanted
back
in my
sight.
car.
Get the munitions loaded onto the plane. And watch your back.
Reload.
Because what I wanted to do is position the car to act as armor. Oh, okay. Apparently it won't let me. Yeah, I can't drive the car.
We got a small flag! Come on, let's hurry this up.
Shit. Oh, this is about bad. I'm about to take one. Yep, there we go. Dead. Damn it. It wouldn't let me move my car. Okay.
There. Get the munitions loaded onto the plane. And watch your back.
You know what? We'll just take this.
Don't make it too easy!
Just this other dude? Oh, he's on the other side of this.
Piece of shit! Shit, I think they dead.
Yeah, they are. Very dead.
Big shot. Shit, they got hit. Cross one of ours.
Ow, 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 ow. Nope, nope. Load faster.
Just fucking die. Eat a dick.
Wish I had my weapons.
You know who you're fucking with?
Your mom?
You got no fucking chance.
Yes, I do. They're called respawn.
Fuck you. You about to catch a bullet. Oh, so. Fuck! Shit. Watch that shit! Fuck, they went down. I'ma end this shit.
Are you really?
Stupid ass motherfucker.
First. Come on. One more. Oh,
It's already
you
on.
son of a
Ready
bitch.
to see what this thing can do? Shit, man. This is it. Time to get in the air and hit Everhard with everything you got. Okay, looks like a tight takeoff, but you know safety drills, right? Good luck. Keep it chill, my friend. We've got a convoy moving a lot of gear. Take
There
it
we
out.
go. Alrighty. Where are those convoys at? I see them. Of course. Of course I am out of alignment. Probably not gonna be able to line up on that one. Probably restart, because that's going to be the easiest way for them to make lots more money with shark. Or whatever other form of monetization they wind up doing. Oh. Come on. I hate this. I hate this so much. Hey, let's put the gun on just one side of the plane. Son of a bitch. Really? Oh. Well, at least I'm almost 507. Oh, no, 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 no. Okay. Oh, God.
Ready to see what this thing can do? Shit, man.
I was about to be
This
pissed.
is it. Time to get in the air and hit Everhard with everything you got.
Okay. At least I don't have to go through the gauntlet again.
Okay, looks like a tight takeoff, but you know safety drills, right? Good luck.
I know,
Keep it chill,
right?
my friend. You got convoy moving a lot of gear. Take it
It was a
off.
coyote. That was different. That's not even the worst thing I've ever killed before. Again, it was a coyote. It's okay.
Oh, their submarine surfaced. Hijo de puta, it must have lost comms when the Titan went down. Now's our chance.
Already. Let's go blow up a submarine. If I can get lucky and have that thing crash into the mountain.
Man, those offshore missiles, they really piss me off.
I know,
man.
right?
Use the Titan's guns to take out that stuff. Yes!
There we go. Now for the train.
Okay, looks like Everhard's last shipment is being transported by train. Find it and destroy their equipment. Fuck, man. We're gonna cost them so much money, man.
Okay. Now what I'm going to want to do is try and get the locomotive first. That will make everything else easier to hit. Damn. That almost sucked. There we go. Now I don't have to worry about it going into any tunnels or anything like that, or having to chase it down. I probably would have laughed too. That's just my luck. Good news. You suck. Bad news. You suck a lot. Oh, damn it. Get a little bit more range, then double back. All right. Other button. Thank you. No. Other button. Oh, God. It takes so damn long to reload. You stop firing at me. I'm getting tired of your ass. Let's see. There we go.
Man,
Not too
seriously,
bad.
That was amazing. Amazing. Bring the Titan to the hangar. I want to see this thing up close.
Okay, then.
So, what do you think? Did Eberhard get the message?
Probably
I
not.
think so, you know. I really do. Don't fuck with us, huh? We are unfuckable. Woo!
You're unfuckable. Yeah, pretty much. Story of my life. Alrighty. Tight. Okay. Pretty much. He's like, you know what? I understand you're having a bad day, and you were just taking it out on us. So now that you're done, I'm gonna go away now. Either that, or he immediately went, you know what? I'm flying to Cayo Perico. I'm out of here. My bosses are going to kill me if I show up. And I'm like, hey, he destroyed everything. Or she destroyed everything.
You beautiful son of a bitch, you! I could kiss you! Come on, bring her in.
Oh, I could have landed that.
Shit, man! That was intense! It looks bigger from down here, man. Oh, that's a lot of money. It's a shame we can't keep her. There's no way of hiding this thing. It's too
About
big,
that.
too recognizable. I already got some buyers lined up. I'll take care of the paperwork. You go grab a beer and relax. Knew you'd be good for this. That's how it's done, man. That's how it's done.
Yeah. Finally. 1.5 million. Now, I definitely could have completed that faster if I wasn't trying to complete the achievements. Guy's like, yep, I'm moving. I will hold the door open. Complete all Oscar Guzman files or flies again. Missions on hard. Completed hard without using snacks or armor. Earn 5 million from Oscar Guzman flies again. Awesome. I would say that was fairly successful.
Hey, money's in the bank, my friend. Man, you know, a day where I don't steal shit from Everhard Munitions with you, it just doesn't feel right, you know? Keep it tranquilo, my friend.
I know, right? Well, actually, sometimes you can. Sometimes what'll wind up happening is that you will get a bonus or you will get a percentage off. After you've completed the particular missions that are attached to it, you'll get a regular price and then you'll get a trade price. So sometimes you do actually get it cheaper. But there we go. I would say, well, it was a little bit slower than I would have liked. It was still successful, and it was still a decent amount of money for the amount of bullshit that I went through. So there we go. But I think we're going to go ahead and wrap this up today. This has actually been a fun day. We got some stuff done in Satisfactory. Still a lot more that I need to do in that, but I'll probably do a little bit tonight, just so that way we can hit the ground running tomorrow and move things forward from there. Other than that, though, that is going to be it. As always, thank you all for joining me on these adventures. So glad to have you guys along for the ride. You all have a wonderful day. Stay out of trouble, and remember, if you get caught, I don't know you. I will catch you guys tomorrow.